Okay, so I don't know if it's YouTube or if it's OBS, but one of them definitely does not like it when I jump out of game and start messing around with like Creation Kit and stuff like that. So anyhow, we're back. Um, and I need to deal with Glenmoral Coven. I agree. Well, I don't know if it's YouTube or if it's OBS, Ireshot. Also, yeah, you suck, but don't ban me. All right, so let's look at Nico. And we're going to look at not the dead shrub patch, not the riverwood patch. We're looking at load screen, Nico twin blades. No, I'm looking for the trees. Tree optimization, that one. Active file. Okay. So this should have all of the tree. You suck! Don't ban me! It might be OBS too. Because here's the thing. YouTube stopped the stream, right? But it might be because it wasn't getting information from OBS. OBS would not allow me to turn it off. I actually had to go Control Delete and end task to stop OBS. So I don't know if it was still hooked into YouTube, even though YouTube shut off, or if it stopped sending information. So it could be either one. So I guess we should say the combination OBS YouTube, you suck. You don't like me changing things. Okay, so we're going to go to the Tamriel world space, and we're going to go to Glenmoral. So Glenmoral Coven, and we're going to take a look at this. We have two taproots that are in bad locations that we're going to change. That's looking down. One of them is right over here. At least it should be. There it is. God, they're hard to see. You see it? That's the taproot, and we need to change. Okay, so let's find out. What's up, Jason? So we want to hang that. You can see this is the attach point. We want to hang that from this. It didn't like it. We want to hang that from this tree, so we need to get it up here. And then we're going to move it. We're going to put it about right there. And then we're going to come down a little bit. So it's actually hanging from the edge of that tree. And now we're going to kind of pan around. Back up a bit. Okay, so that one's fixed. You can see now that it's hanging from the branch. It's hard to see the line. The line is really, really, there you can see it. Okay, so that one's fixed. And then we had another one that was off of this tree. So we're going to click on that tree. And we have those two that are there, but it was floating somewhere out over here, wasn't it? Okay, that one's hanging from a branch. That's hanging from a branch. What the heck? Where's that other one? Got good tree mods. I like Nature of the Wild Lands, but it's a heavy tree mod. So where is that other? We got that taproot. We got that taproot. That's actually Hircine. Did you know that Hircine's over here? He is. There should be another taproot. But I don't see it. That one's okay. That one's good, hanging from a branch. That one's good, hanging from a branch. And then we had that one hanging from a branch, and that one hanging from a branch. And then there should be one more. It was right over here. We have that one. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to look at our right pane down here, bottom left-hand corner. And we're clicked on this, so let's find that. Hagraven hanging taproot. So that's this one, right? So let's check out the second one. That's hanging from a tree. Let's check out the third one. That's hanging from a tree. That one is hanging from a tree as well. That one. So where is this one? Okay, that's hanging from a tree also. So is there only, it's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now there was another one up on the hill. I thought there was one over here. Happy little trees. Aspens Ablaze. Aspens Ablaze is really nice. I used it for a long time. I really like seasonal aspen trees. Seasonal aspen trees actually has better looking, it uses resources from Aspens Ablaze for the branches. So I mean it looks as good, but it has better looking 3D loads. There's the other one. So which one is that one? That's that one. So how many do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is 1. I use Blue Bow's Markarth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where's the 7th one? Because there's 7 of them. That one's hanging from a tree. That one's hanging from a tree. That's hanging from a tree. That's hanging from a tree. That one's in a frickin' rock. What? So it said there was 7 of them. One, two, three, four, five, 6. So there's only 6 there. Okay. Well, let's save that because we fixed the one. There's one that's an old reference because there's only 6 here. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is up here. I was pretty sure it was up here. All right, we're going to call that good. Save. All right. The other thing we want to look at, let's close this out. Let's go deal with Don't Whine About It and the Staff of Shalador. Because for some reason, Don't Whine About It is not overwriting Staff of Shalador. And it should be. So let's find the staff. It's in Player Homes. Which is number 31. So it should be getting overwritten, although it's not saying that it's getting overwritten. Let's find Don't Whine About It. That's way at the end. So that should be, what's it overwriting here? Awesome Potion Simplified. It's winning all the conflicts. But I'm wondering if that's an older version before I change the tops of the bottles. So do I have the latest version? Let me look at the files. Hey, baby. Drive safe. Those are cork and liquid. Glass. Cube maps. Clutter. Wine. I just have wine bottle 01 and wine bottle 01 BL. So let's take a look over here. I might be missing some files. Not there. Here. Let's find textures, clutter, wine, data, textures, clutter, wine. Okay, so here's, I think we're missing some of this. Wine bottle 01, wine bottle 01BL, wine bottle 01N. So we are missing a normal map. The other ones that are here, I think, are from High Poly Project. But I think I changed. I modified some textures. Which one did I modify? So that's the wine bottle with the hole on the top of the wine bottle. That's the vinegar bottle. Grief. Let me look at this one. So I've got a hole there and a hole there. And then I want to look at this one. They look the same. What other one could I have modified? I think we need that over here. Because I modified the model also. So let's look at data, meshes, clutter. What do I have over here? Don't whine about it. Meshes, clutter, wine. Data, meshes, clutter, wine. So I think I need to open up some of these within. Okay, let's look at this. See if we can solve our wine bottle problem. So file, open, data meshes, clutter, wine. Wine bottle 02 empty. So that's why it's purple. We're missing that texture. What texture is that missing? Glass blue, modified, DDS. So I wonder why I'm missing glass blue modified. Which one is this using? Glass, plain glass, tile blue. So that needs to be the same. That says plain glass, tile blue, modified. Okay, so we actually have a modified texture that we don't have here. that we need, which is plain glass tile blue modified. Let's find that. Okay, so I've got version 1. This has a date of 8/17. This has a date of 8/18. This is in downloaded mods. Data, textures, glass. So I have plain glass tile blue, no modified. So that's not the one. Ah, crap. Do I have that one here? Data, textures, glass. A, B, C, D, E, F, H, glass. Aha! Plain glass tile blue modified. That's the texture I want. So I need to put that. Let's get that. Get that. Copy both of those. Data, textures, glass. So those need to go into don't whine about it. Explorer. Data, textures, glass. Paste. Yes. So that was the one we needed. A restart of OBS. New settings of OBS to see if it helps with the issues. Leaving game. Advanced sources, uncheck enable browser source. Okay. Well, I'm not going to leave stream right now. It's running. So that was the texture we needed. Let's take a look at it now that it's there. So it was missing a texture. Open. Give me the empty one. Hey, look. All right. And then let's try a different one. I wasn't having trouble with those. What about the spiced wine? We're missing the label. Why are we missing a label? Yeah. Sand Spice Wine DDS. Clutter Wine, Sand Spice Wine. We are missing a spice wine label. Textures Clutter Wine, Sand Spice Wine. Data. textures, clutter, wine. So we have the wine bottle ones, but we don't, these are all added by Don't Whine About It. Who adds sand spice wine? Was that high poly? It couldn't have been high poly project because we have that installed. Because we don't have wine bottle DDS. Don't whine about it. Textures, clutter, wine bottle 01. So if I hide that, it goes back to high poly project. But I think I want to use this one. So where's the sand spiced wine? Explorer, textures, clutter, wine. It only has the wine bottle. So what's the better labels for wine bottle mod that I'm missing? Let's look at downloads. And then let's search for bottles. TB's 4K wine bottles and bottles of Skyrim. Let's look at bottles of Skyrim. I don't think that one's the one. What's the other one? TB's 4K wine bottles. That ain't it either. So which one? So I'm looking for something to do with labels. Because I'm missing the sand spice wine texture. So, um, where the heck could that be? That's not what I want. That's what I want. And I'm looking for, so what's a wine? Uh, which one would add sand spice wine? Skyland Bits and Bobs. I'm not using Skyland though. What's up? But thanks, Norman. I'm looking for that sand spice wine label. So the only bottles I have are these, and that's not what it was. So it's not bottles, and I don't think it's High Poly Project. This is sudo. Let's look at the files. So clutter, we only have chopping block and firewood under meshes, but what about textures? Clutter, hey, High Poly Project. Creation Club stuff. So it's not there. Did I install Static Mesh Improvement mod? Yeah, I sure did. Textures, clutter. We don't have wine there. So that ain't it. Where the heck would that be? What would change the wine bottle labels? Well, let's look here. Data, textures, clutter, wine. I need to know where that came from. MERED. Merid sand spiced wine. ME vinegar. Red sand spiced wine. So what's ME? Who could ME be? They also did vinegar. So what mod adds vinegar to the game? And who the heck is ME? CACO. For I need. Could it be part of I need? Complete alchemy and cooking overhaul. I need. All right, so let's look at I need. Let's go to Special Edition. It might be a remnant left over from I need. Food, water, and sleep continued. Textures BSA, I need BSA. So they're in a BSA file. I need to know what changed that label though. Bitter wine labels. Well, we've got a couple here. Spirits of Skyrim. So I wonder if that's... Yeah, we're trying to track it down here, folks. I don't see a mod called Spirits of Skyrim. How about Spirits? Sea of Spirits, I downloaded that one. Medieval Spirits. I've never downloaded that. So, looking at wine, did I download any of these? Okay, so this has sand spiced wine label. I'm wondering where that came from. Because that's the label I'm looking for. Edited version of Merchant Wares Variety Mod. Two more things that were inside. Do not install both mods at the same time. So it might be called Merchant Wares. So I've never downloaded this mod. It's just an ESP. So where did those bottles come from? I need that label. Anybody knows what mod adds that label? What mod adds that label right there? Better wine labels. Well, those are nice. Those aren't the ones I'm looking for. Although it does have this one. I've never downloaded that mod. So it's just, there's only one texture in here. There's the texture I need. I don't use Legacy of the Dragonborn. Skyland mead and bottles. Yeah, I don't use Skyland though. Yeah, I checked High Poly Project, but I didn't see it in there. We can look again. Textures, clutter, wine. There's only one texture in there. And it's not the one with sand spice wine. That's the texture I'm looking for right there. I want to know where that came from. We're reverse engineering shit here. So we're going to do this. And we're going to put this under mesh and texture overwrites for items. Okay, so now we're going to look at this. We're going to open Sand Spice Wine. Okay, now we have a label. That was the texture I needed. And we've got the dark hole at the top. Don't ask me why I didn't have that one. Let's open Okay, we should be good. I don't know where I got that originally, but so that should be the wine bottle. The other thing we wanted to do was minus 17, minus 15. We want to clean up some trees. So let's go there. And I also wanted to do some over by Falkreath. Okay. Back into the creation kit. Fixing problems. I think the problem that I have is that I ended up doing edits after I made Don't Whine About It. I edited the bottle mesh and I edited the texture. So I need to find the latest version. So here's a question I have for Ireshot, if Ireshot's still here. Do you have that version of Don't Whine About It I sent you that had the holes in the tops of the bottles? Or did you download that version? Well, I don't want to go there. I want to open the tree mod. So let's tree optimization, active file, open that. Fatal error, oh no. Well, it crashed. Yay. So let's see if I actually have that in my files. So it would be in Play Drive and it would be in modding unpacked and mod files, and it would be in SSE mods or SSE mods unpacked. So let's find Don't Whine About It. Don't Whine About It SE11. Let's take a look in that. Data, textures, glass. Okay, that has all of those. That has the modified file. That's the one I need. So we're going to copy this and we're going to paste it over here. That's the one I needed. Okay, so good thing I keep a copy. Don't Whine About It. We're going to remove this version. And then we're going to clean that. And then we're going to install desktop that version. Okay. And then we're going to put this, where should we put that? Send to separator, mesh and texture overwrite items, send it, done. Okay, so that should be good. Let's sort this garbage. Okay. So now let's go back to the creation kit and try not to click on anything we didn't want to click on. And we're going to go take care of -17, -15, and also some of the trees around the Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary by Falkreath, because those are two heavy areas that I need to clean up a little bit. And then we're going to pop back in the game. We haven't had any crashes though, so the game's running pretty stable. So there's just a couple of things I wanted to clean up today, and then I'm going to look at making the Wabbajack. And again, I'm looking for, missing textures and things like that, like the wine bottles, right? So we should probably hop back into the Staff of Shalador and make sure that the wine bottles there have textures on them. They should. So we're going to open up the tree optimization, that one, as the active file. Open it. And then we're going to go to Tamriel World Space in the -17, -15. And we're going to find where the trees are heavy, overlapping, and get rid of some of them. Because that's the only spot that we were dipping down below 40 frames a second. We were down to 38. So if I get rid of, half a dozen trees or a dozen trees in that area, that should bring the draw call limit back to within something reasonable for the API, right? And give us a good frame rate, or at least a playable one. Tamriel -17, -15. And that should put us in the Forest of Falkreath. And we're going to look around it. Okay, so that's right here by Dude's Camp, right? And yeah, we are pretty thick on the trees. Oh my God, they're still spawning. So I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. Sleep all night and I work all day. How far are those sticking underground? Not far. Okay, cool. So I'm guessing this is one tree. And I don't think it was bad in this direction. It was bad looking in, where's the camp? It was bad looking in this direction. Oh my gosh. Alrighty, hold on to your butts. We're clear cutting. Because there's a big tree right here that anything that's too close to it wouldn't grow there naturally, right? That's not the one. Yeah, we're cutting down trees, baby. Anywhere the spacing looks too tight, we're taking some out. And especially like that really big tree there, that CG4. That's a CG4 tree. This one right here, that's a really big tree. So anything that's close to it like this wouldn't have any light to grow. So it just makes sense to take those out and thin some of this out. Those aren't too bad. That's another big CG4 right there. And again, we've got trees that are pretty darn close to it, you know. It's hard to see through all the foliage, man. Okay, so there's two trees growing right next to each other. Get rid of that one. Kind of like that big gnarly green tree. I'm going to keep him around. I mean, you can kind of see what I'm doing, right? Looking for anywhere where it looks too darn tight. Okay, that is a heavy one there. All the vines wrapped around it. It was kind of growing in the path. Because here's another one with vines wrapped around it. So you get too many of those. This tree right here, it's a Nature of the Wildlands tree, but that's a lot of polygons. So now we're looking at, okay, a tree that size would not have other trees growing near it. It's blocking out the light that these other trees would need. So anything that's too close to it, it would just make sense to get rid of it. And here we've got some big ones growing pretty close to each other here also. Yeah, we got trees growing right next to this big old honking tree right here. There's no way they would get any light. I do like the mushrooms growing out the side of this tree. That's kind of cool. But yeah, that's a huge freaking tree. That thing is a monster. Look at that thing. That is a monster. This poor little tree here wouldn't be getting no light. Neither would this. Or this. Possibly that. Okay, that's still a very thick forest. There's another one of them big vine wrap trees. There's that frickin' another monster. My God. It's humongous. Okay, find me the monster. These are just, it's just thick. There's that monster. Just clear cutting some space around that big old tree. That's a pretty thick one there too. That spacing's not bad. That's a little close. That's a little close. Uh-oh. Not sure what I just erased there. I'm guessing it was a rock. That's a dragon. There's a dragon mound out here. All right, well, that should be good for that area. Let's save that. That should lighten it up in that area. Let's quick auto clean that. And then I want to check the wine bottles in the Staff of Shalador. And I need to get over to Hircine Shrine and make sure that I took care of that tree that was growing in front of Hircine Shrine. So we're going to quick auto clean. The tree mod, because we have deleted references in there now. And this is tree optimization, Nico, and clean it. Let's see how many trees we took out. Oh, quite a few. Quite a few. Identical to master records, none are done. So it's saved. So it's removing those. It's undeleting these. Undeleting, disabling references done. 602 references. Undeleted 54. So we took out 54 trees in that area. And if you figure there are at least 10,000 polys per, that's 500,000 polygons we took out of the game. All right, I still need to do some cleanup in Falkreath. But let's fire this up. Let me go check on my doggie and her diaper and make sure she's okay. And when we come back, we'll go to Ursines Shrine, and then we'll see if we can find the heavy area for Falkreath. So I'll see you guys in just a moment. Dodging doggos. Got fresh coffee. Angel's diaper was dry, but she needed to go potty, so I let her out. She did her business like a good dog. So, that's all good. Now we're back. We can go check out, see if cleaning up the forest there helped with the frame rate, and then we'll go check out Hircine's Shrine and the heavy area over by Folkreath. So yeah, that one doesn't show up in the creation kit. So was that added? That was added by Lux Orbis. That's why it didn't show up. That's from Lux Orbis. Okay, so we need to add Lux Orbis, Taproot, Glenmoral. Okay, that's why it didn't show up in the creation kit, because it was added by Lux Orbis. Okay. To the staff. Into the staff. Let's check out the wine bottles. Cross your fingers, tell me they're good. They should be over here. Oh, hey, look at that. Our wine bottles have a texture. They're not purple anymore. Well, that one's purple, but that's the color it's supposed to be. Different color purple. And that one does look like it has an opening on top. Nice. Okay, so we fixed the wine bottles. We can cross that off the list. 1715. Let's go back there. Is there a reason we don't have a bow? Probably because we didn't favorite it. And do this. That looks better. Nice. Okay, so 1715. Put a hood on, girl. It's raining. Let's clear the weather. Look like it might be getting a little late. What time is it? It is 4:30. That's better. Well, here we're in the 50s. Still need to deal with those, but those are a grass, so those would they would show up in the grass cache. I'd have to rerun the grass cache for Tamriel. Are you hanging out, Ireshot? Because if you are, I'll do that tutorial. You said you had twigs that are moving also. See, that's a monster frickin' tree. So this was our bad area looking this way. And now we're at much better. 48, 50, 52. You see what removing some trees will do for you? 63. Nice. Yeah, why do you have to give me such dreary weather? And again, it was looking at these really huge trees, right? Because that's the one that was, I'm like, this thing's a monster, right? With all those white caps coming out of the side of it. So I just cleared the trees that were growing in this circle right here because they wouldn't get enough light anyway. And that really helped the frame rate. And it lets a little more light down to the forest floor. You know, it's still a pretty heavy forest, but not like overgrown to the point where it's like the dark forest.
The Imperials will be sorry they got in our way.
What the rebels like to forget is that the Empire's what's keeping the Dominion.
It's another big tree there. See, these are pretty tight together too. But if the frame rate's above 45, right now we're at 55, 48, 49, 50, 47. We're above 45, I'm leaving it alone. Yeah, the mushrooms on the side of that big tree are cool. That big green one. There's another monster frickin' tree. Look at that thing. That thing is just Goliath. And that's the one with the mushrooms growing out the side. Same model. We can harvest them. Nice. $50, $60.
Your legacy will be as a mere footnote in the chronicles of my victories.
We need a different weapon. I'm over here in the.
Was that supposed to hurt?
One down.
Yeah.
What killed me with all of the crows? I was doing so good. She's still pretty low level. I put a lot of really tough creatures in this game, if you didn't notice. Okay, so that's the Lux Orbis. We'll fix that later. But minus 17, minus 15 is good. I wonder, we should be able to fast travel. So where we need to go, here's where you need to go. Oh, the mod? It's probably one of Mihail's monsters. Because I don't think the crows are from, they're not from roguelike encounters. So I'm thinking it's got to be a Mihail monster that can summon the crows. Let's go to Falkreath. Oh. Well, I guess we have to just run there or fly there. Let's change the weather. The LODs are looking good though. Where is Falkreath from here? There's Falkreath. This is Falkreath. So this is going to be pretty low on the frame rate also, because Falkreath's pretty heavy. We're still 40 frames a second. Here we're 50. 50, 45-ish. Alright, what are you doing running around in your skivvies, girl?
I think you'll want someone else, visitor. I can't really help you.
Yeah, you can. You can put your clothes on. Thank you. What's up, Sturgio? We're checking frame rate around here. Oh, the other thing we got to go get the paraglider. So yeah, it's Falkreath's pretty heavy. I'm dropping it to 35. But we've got a lot of clutter here too. We've got wood piles, and these are really, because of High Poly Project. Here, I'll show you. So you can see how many polygons there are on the wood. That's not too bad. Look at the cabbages. Look at how many polygons are on the cabbages. So I mean, even if we just removed all the cabbage from the cart, that might help the frame rate. And then we have a lot of high poly plants here. But mainly it's the clutter, like the wood piles. You know. So we might want to do a little bit of work here in Falkreath. And look at all the these aren't too bad. Not like the ones that were in the back of the cart. The ones that were in the back of the cart were really high poly. Let's look at those again.
Welcome to Dead Man's Drink.
Greybeards have summoned the Dragonborn to High Hrothgar. Such a thing has not happened for hundreds of years.
I escaped fighting in Cyrodiil, only to have it track me down again in Skyrim.
Yeah, those are really high poly.
That is a good question. Let's keep an eye on the
Falkreath Forest, a doozy for me. Yeah, new tree models for months. Hard to get that area smooth. Yeah, well, the part that's bad for me is because I'm using Nature of the Wildlands. Let's turn off the matrix here. I just wanted to look at. So if I could just, you know, clear out, just get rid of all these cabbages. I would probably save quite a few polygons just from getting rid of those cabbages in that cart. And then get rid of like the wood pile, because that's high poly too. There's a kitty cat. Can we pet the cat? All right, let's see if we can set this
A
up.
lot of tongue-wagging gossips in this town. Try not to take them too
Where is that? That. Okay, where's the cat? Cat's over there. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. Here, kitty. Here, kitty. Come on, I'm looking right at the cat. And it says no target. I can't set him up as petable. There's another one. Alright. Trying to keep your trees around 5,000 polys is still hard. Yeah, well, some of the trees that I have are 15,000 plus. Some of the bigger trees are 28,000 polys. So what I've been doing is just been playing lumberjack and going through in the CK and cutting down trees. You know, just thinning them out. I need to go get the paraglider. So I mean, here we're 50 frames a second I can deal with. Fred's up here, isn't he? Even 47 I can deal with. There's Fred. Poor Fred. Let's read your book, Fred. All right. And now we're going to set something on our map. And Hircine's shrine is over here somewhere. Oh, that's the Moon Forge. Okay, let's go get the paraglider. Oh, that's the new Nordic steel sword.
Nice and easy.
I added some Nordic weapons that they're really well done. And we want this book right here. Okay, so I didn't change. You see the spiced wine label is under the glass. I need to bring that out just a little bit. So spiced wine label out. That's already dealt with. Taking the snowberries, taking your ale. Magic. Favorite that. Make that number 5. Thank you. Bonsai, baby. Yeah, we got the crow. It's game hour, not game time. We got a lot of elevation. Change in the weather. Dropping in. So there's Falkreath. There's the path. That's where Fred fell. Here we're looking at 50, 47, 45. 45 or... Oh, hey, hey. Hey now.
You'll regret that. All in the finesse.
Give me your bear pelts. So I'm loving the plants, and the forest floor, and the forest and everything I have here. Why do we not have... Okay. I thought I favorited that. Oh, we died. That's why. We better throw a save here. Then we can do this. Where's the bad guys? I hear a bear. Dodging rocks. That's a bandit whisperer. We will definitely take the arrows and the salmon steak, thank you. Oh, there's a bear.
Do you have any last words?
A goblin. Is that one of Mahale's goblins? Yes. It's one of Mahale's goblins. The lighting looks frickin' phenomenal. Snow looks good. 6,000 particles. Hircine Shrine should be over this way. At least I think it is. Follow the water. Oh.
I will crush your skull soon enough.
Don't mess with her. She's pretty badass with that offhand dagger. Okay, there's our buddy Hircine. And you can see I removed the big tree that was growing in front of him. So now we can actually see him. Because there was a big tree from Nature of the Wildlands growing like right here. So that's good. I mean, even here we're holding above 45. So let's go down the place that's bad. And we could remove a few trees from here, but if we're running 50 frames a second, I don't see why. You know, 60, 45. $45 or better, I'll play.
You must have a death wish. So tell me, do you?
Where are you?
You don't stand a chance.
Where are you? Gotcha. All you had to do was fire an arrow and I could see where you were shooting from. And we dropped you like a bad habit. There you are. It was a goblin. He had 30 arrows. We'll take them. Thank you. Are we over encumbered from picking up arrows? That's terrible. Okay, is that a missing texture or is it supposed to be purple?
Moving unseen.
I'm thinking it's supposed to be purple. Yes, it says face mask purple. Good. It's not a missing texture. Yeah, we're walking pretty slow here, which means we're over encumbered. Oh yeah, we're over encumbered. What did we pick up? We only have 5 firewood. Are the arrows actually have a weight? Yes, they do. Is that Sunhelm? That might be Sunhelm. I don't like that my arrows have weight. That's just not fair. So it's enabled. Carry weight penalty. Okay, so that was what it was. Because now we're 165 of 305 instead of 165 of 150. So yeah, it killed half of my frame rate. Bonsai, baby. Oh, you think you're all that? Come on.
Time to shine.
Oh, that's not what I wanted.
Your legacy will be
That's
as a
what
mere
I wanted.
footnote in the chronicles of my
Come on.
victories.
Come on. Bring it on. Come on.
Yeah!
Cut you down by Freddy over here. We're a little fatigued. Catch your breath, girl. Okay, come on. You're good. So even here I hear a sky shard. I like that thistle too. That's from Cathedral. The thistle. That's a big bad guy. We'll pass on that. Here's Falkreath. Okay, tomorrow I need to do 50 mods, finally finish your load order. Or 50 or 500? Oh, 50 mods, okay. Alright, take it easy, Norman. Thanks for stopping in.
Lord, is it me, or are we low on iron? Do we have enough for the next?
So frame rate here is good. But as soon as I turn this corner, this is where we start. Okay, so it's not bad yet. 50s. This is where it gets bad. 44. 37. $39. So I want to lighten up the trees a little bit in this area. You see, I have quite a few of them. They're like these two.
Quiet now.
They're pretty close together. And I've got a lot of the vine wrap trees here. All right. Should we take on a big cow? Oh, one hit. I was trying to dodge past him and he took me out with one hit. She's not badass enough yet to fight him. And we're on like novice. Okay, I got to do it to balance it out because anybody tries to play this mod list on Legendary, they're going to get their butt handed to them. You know?
No escape now. Ooh, I feel tingly.
Barbecue chicken. Mmm. That sounds good. Hello. Little backflip for you. Do a backflip. Do a backflip. Hit him with the chair. All right. Did we... Is this before we grabbed... I think we went to the flight platform already. Yeah, we did. Solutions for how 2 lanterns, 1 spot in Riverwood. Yeah. Click on it in a more informative console. Find out which mods added it. And either remove the mod that added one of them that you don't want, or go into the creation kit and modify it to take that one out. Like, okay, we have a taproot that's added by Lux Orbis by Glenmoral Coven that we're gonna, so we have a couple of things we need to do. But I wanted to head down by so we didn't lose that much. And the frame rate here is pretty good. Oh, we're running past that guy. We're not dealing with that. $72. $30. Wow. So it's because Falkreath's over here. And Falkreath is super heavy. Let's lighten the load in Falkreath. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm on Novice. Let's check. We are on Novice. So, yeah, but I think what I need to do is change the way leveling works with all of the creatures that I put in here that are pretty much de-leveled and pretty tough. Except for that's a hummingbird. So Skyrim skill uncapper. And what that'll do is it'll allow me to change the number of perk points I get per level. Because right now, I mean, if you look at this, she's, whoops. She's level 3. And yeah, she doesn't have, she only got to spend, I think, 3 perk points. 1, 2. She's only getting 1 perk point per level. She only spent 2. She just has 1 in archery and 1 in light armor. That's all she got. She does have 2 perk points, so we do need to find a place to rest because we can't level up unless we sleep. But yeah, Falkreath is heavy. We need to deal with Falkreath. Yeah, I unlevel all the creatures. And then I have a lot of mod added creatures that, you know, the modder got to choose.
Light steps.
See if we can sneak up on this cow. We know he's over there. We're hidden now. Where are you at? You big old nasty minotaur? Says he's up here. Right there. Oh, took him out. You are Sleepy? Nice to meet you, Sleepy. I'm Grumpy. Alright, where's the cow? Cow, where are you? Where'd we shoot him? We shot him up here. Alright. Let's find the cow. There he is. He's hiding in the bushes. He's looking at the dead cow. Oh. Are we over encumbered again? How can we be over encumbered? Oh, because we died. That's why. We need to go back into here and turn off that Grumperoshi. Well, the good news is the game is running incredibly stable. So I'm very happy about that. You're sleeping? Hey, what's up, Gears? So we want to turn off that. Now we won't be over encumbered. Okay, so we wanted to look at, this is 44. Okay, so looking this way is not bad. 60. So here we're about almost 50. Here we start dropping. Looking this way, we're at 46. It's not that bad. But there are some trees that are pretty close together. And I know that these are all these ones with vines hanging from them. That's all Nature of the Wildlands, and those are heavy. But we're pulling 50 frames a second looking at them. What do we, if we come up here?
Stay calm.
Even with all of them in the scene, 42 frames a second. So 36. I do want to lighten some up here. So let's lighten up some trees here, and then we're going to lighten up the town. And then we also need to get Skyrim Skill Uncapper. We need to move a Taproot by Glenmoral. Okay, so we're going to save this right here. Hopefully YouTube doesn't drop me when I jump out of here. If it does, I will restart the stream. So keep your fingers crossed. Here we go. Reddit was such a pain in the ass about posting a music video. Wow, okay. Yeah, well, I guess, maybe they got in trouble for it before. So let's go here, here. We want Skyrim Skill Uncapper. All right. For Ordinator, we need this and we need this. So we're going to grab this one. Shadowman's DLL loader. We have a DLL loader. Or MES DLL loader. Okay, but I think we have a DLL loader that's part of Engine Fixes that'll load DLLs. Because if we look at did we download that? No. So let's look at data. And we should have DLL plugins. So I have something that's loading the .NET Script framework. So I'm guessing it should load this also. So let's look at that again. So it doesn't show up there. I might need it. '20th of October. Well, it's a manual install. No, we don't want that. Let's extract this to the desktop. Dinput 8. That's a crash log. Delete. So do I have CDIN? No. So I don't have it installed. And what's in the data folder? Plugins, someone, DLL loader, INI. Okay. So if I look here, data, someone, I don't have it installed. Okay. So let's go back to this. Let's grab both of these. We're going to say cut, paste. Okay, so now we should have, let's refresh this. Should have a folder here from Data SKSE plugins. But the DLL loader, data plugins, someone, data plugins, someone, DLL loader, INI. Okay, cool. Hopefully it's not a problem doubling up on the DLL loaders. I think there's an issue between this one and Math321's DLL loader, but I think that Engine Fixes will read if either of those other two are installed and won't use itself, I think, if I remember correctly. Okay, so that was one we wanted to do. Skill Uncapper. Download Skill Uncapper. It's in overhauls. Where are we going to put this? So let's send to separator. Where's cheat mod? Oh, there is no cheat mod category. Optimization? No. Quality of life and immersion. Let's put it there. It's not overwriting anything. We should check the INI file though. So let's check the INI. Oops, that's not the INI. We might have to start it up once to get an INI. Let's go data, SKSE, plugins, and then it's Skyrim Skill Uncapper. We just have a DLL. Okay, Loy. Okay, what do we have on upscaler? So we're actually running on quality. Oh, it's coming. It's coming. I'm fixing stuffs. So I think we need to start up the game once before that happens. Okay, so we grab Skyrim Skill and Capper. That's good. We need to fix the spice wine label. So let's find that model. We're going to do a little NIF scope work here. We can close this. So let's open up NIF scope. We're going to open the spiced wine. That one. And we're going to move this label out a little bit. So maybe, let's see which one. That's the wrong way. That's the wrong way. You know what? If we pull this thing up, that's off the bottle. So how about we do this at like -0. Oh my gosh. No, we don't want to do that. How about we go like 0.2 and we throw a negative in front of it. So now that label should be just off of the bottle, just enough so it's not under the bottle. You got your Nord meat, I got my spiced wine. All right, so that should be good, except save that. We have to do the empty bottle also. So let's open the that's the full bottle, right? Okay, no, I want the empty bottle. Spiced wine empty. It's going to be the same deal. We want to go to that. We want to transform, edit. We want to move this one. What did I do? 0.2 negative, right? Yeah, it's just out in front, just a little bit. Might even be able to get away with 0.1. No, that's the wrong one. I want to do that one. Transform, edit. And we're going to change this to 1. Yeah, it's just off the front of it now. That looks good. Save it. Okay, so we fixed the spiced wine bottle. We need to do Lux Orbis Taproot in front of Glenmoral. So let's go. We need to go here. And then I want to take a look at Iverstead, Shorestone, any other little city that we can think of, Kynes Grove, Mixwater Mill, Angus Mill, places like that. And I want to check and make sure that I did good moving trees out of buildings. And we do want to lighten up the trees where we're at there in Falkreath, and I want to also clean up Falkreath. So as far as the clutter. So first thing we're doing is the taproot at Glenmoral. So I want trees optimization as the active file. And then we want to set Lux Orbis, the song for me. Dun 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 dun. Where'd it come from? Oh, so here we want Lux Orbis. That's a master plugin. I think it's in the ESP. So we're going to load that. Let me check out this song. Making your thing happen. There's nothing more powerful.
There's nothing more powerful than you making your thing happen. Really going.
Oh, that's an ad. Mr. Fix-It. Well, it started off good, but then it went downhill. The first riff was really good, but after that it went downhill. I actually dig this one. I love this band. I saw them live. You'll know. All right, we're gonna let this. I'm gonna get a flag for sure. Who cares? Okay, do you know what it is just from that? Okay, that's all you get. Now you have to guess what band is that. Because I don't want to get flagged. They're probably going to flag me anyway, because that riff at the beginning is pretty well known. We already opened up what we needed to open up. So we need to go to Tamriel World Space. I got to remember what I'm doing. And we're going to go to Glenmoral. Glenmoral Coven. So did you know what song that was, Ireshot? That I was playing? I'll give you a hint. It's Shinedown. So yeah, I actually saw them in Reno. It was a little venue in Reno. Like 30,000 people. That's the one right there that got added. So we need to find a place to hang that. It's actually attached to the tree. So what do we have? Okay, we've got a branch right here. Why don't we move this over? We're going to have to move it up too. There, we're on the tree. We'll put that right in there. Yeah, they put on a great concert. Shinedown was good, but my wife really likes Shinedown, so. And I do too. Okay, so you can see where we hung that from a branch now on the tree. So now there should be 3 of them hanging from this tree. So there's this one here. There's this one here, just hanging from this branch. And I think there's, okay, so there's 3. 1, 2, 3. This one's hanging from this branch. Only concert you've been to is Journey? Yeah, I mean we have some venues that are close to us and we have some that are a little further away, right? So we went to Thunder Valley, I think it's called. It's a casino. But they have another small venue. We saw Pat Benatar there with Toto, and that was a good concert. And then we went to, like I said, we went to Reno to see Shinedown. We saw, you know who was really rocking was Joan Jett. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. She's still got it. She's still got it. That was a good concert. All right, so we'll save that. We'll close this. YouTube's giving me an error saying it's not receiving enough information, so forgive me if it crashes on us. Hopefully it won't. Fix it. Fix it real good. Doop 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 doop. Ah, fix it. All right, yeah, sorry about that. So now we're gonna go take care of the trees by Falkreath. Yeah, I agree, Angel. She's over there moaning and groaning behind me. She's like, oh my gosh, did you really have to go there? Yeah, I went there. First tour they did after Steve Perry had his hip surgery, or hip injury. Steve Perry's got one of them voices. It's kind of like trying to sound like Ozzy Osbourne, or kind of like trying to sound like Rob Halford, right? Um, oh, I have a text message I need to answer. So we'll see. Where are we going now? Okay, I know where we're going. We're doing Falkreath. So again, we're doing the tree optimization, but we're not going to grab, well, we have to grab it now because Lux Orbis is now a master file. So be it. We need to set that as active file. So we're going to lighten up some trees, and we're also going to, so let's take care of the trees first. We're actually going to do the great city of Falkreath by itself. We're going to make it its own plugin to clean up the clutter in Falkreath. And I know Soldier of War would hate me for doing it, but we have to do it. The frame rate there sucks. Anywhere it's going to drop down to 30 is bad. But let's go deal with the trees. We just opened this up. We're going to go to Tamriel World Space, and we're going to go to Falkreath Exterior. So that's Falkreath Exterior. And let's go cut some trees. Look at all the blue. I used to tell my daughter, I said, if I can't fix it, it's not broken. And if it's not broken, I can't fix it. And she believes me. I have fixed so many things. Boy, it's still loading stuff. Okay, but this isn't the Falkreath I want to modify. That's the gate. Here's the trees. So where we're concerned with is the ones that are down by the Dark Brotherhood. So I think this is where... Well, if it's not broken, I can't fix it. Okay, this is where Flying Fred comes and hits the ground. He dies right there. So that's not the way we wanted to go. We want to go out the other gate. Right? Because this is kind of the back entrance. There's Dead Man's Drink. That's the gate we want to go through. This is where we're dealing with any trees that are too, like these are too close together. I think that is one model. Yeah, that's one model. But where I'm really concerned with is over this way by the Dark Brotherhood. So those are kind of close together. Why don't we get rid of this one? These are kind of close together. That's one model. Here we have a tree growing through another tree. That's better. That's pretty thick there too. Which one do we get rid of? That one? So this is a trigger zone. That is a big old tree. It's a CG4. We can lighten up a few here. Like maybe get rid of that one. Maybe get rid of this one. That spacing's not too bad. This is, you know, like we got little trees growing pretty close to big trees. Get rid of that. That one's pretty close. Get rid of that one. Okay, where I'm really concerned with now is across the way, we have all of these vine-wrapped trees. These guys. And there is a butt ton of them here. So let's thin some of that out. Like, how about this one? Would probably be a good one to dump. I want to keep some of them. Okay, I'll tell you what though, let's get rid of this one right here. We're doing the lumberjack mod right now. So we're going to keep a few of these, right? We want it to be still thick and vine wrapped. But we've got trees growing through other trees. Yeah, we're getting rid of that one. Because I know these trees with the vines wrapped around them, they're from Nature of the Wildlands. And they are very, very heavy on the polygon count. So this is the road. Let's just... So here we got trees that are pretty close together over here too. We could probably thin some of this out also. Space them out a little bit. What's up, horsey? We got a vine wrapped tree right here. Bunch of thicket. What's that? Thin some of this out. That's a big old tree. So we still have a lot of vine wrapped trees. It's rough to select this rock. Might be able to come around the top. Okay, that's the road. That's the entrance to the Brotherhood Sanctuary. Okay, that was... We just deleted the tree that Festus was stuck on, so that's bad. We need to bring that tree back. Because that's the tree that Festus gets... That's Festus Crex right there. So that tree needs to stay. That's the pool where Shadowmere comes out. But that means that some of these trees... Yeah, I kind of like that tree. We're bringing that one back. All right. Sorry, I had to deal with that. I did not fall asleep. I was answering a text message about my son. So that was something that I needed to do. Since I am his conservator, but we have somebody who said they offered services to him when he was in high school, and they're contacting us now. He's been out of high school for quite a while, right? Okay, he's 23 years old. They're contacting us now asking if we want, those services again. And I'm like, okay, well, it sounds like they're fishing for funding, right? That they want funding, and they think this is an easy way to get some money. So I told them, I said, well, have them send us a packet explaining exactly what they offer, what they do, and where the funding would come from. And then we can make an informed decision. But before they do that, the answer is no thank you. Because there are a lot of programs out there that will do that. That will provide very little service, but charge astronomical rates because it's being paid for by government funding or agency, right? My son's special needs. He's autistic. He's nonverbal. He doesn't talk. Okay? So I am his court-appointed conservator after he turned 18. Because when he turns 18, he's an adult, right? So I actually had to go to court to tell the court that I wanted to be able to take care of my own son. Exactly. So I'm going to make them work. You want me to tell you yes or no? You're going to send me a packet explaining exactly what services you provide and where the funding would come from. You're not going to take funding from other services he's already getting. We have an invisible horse. A horse is a horse, of course. And no one can see the horse, of course. Unless, of course, that horse is Mr. Ed. All right, I think I know why that horse is invisible. Do you know why? That's Shadowmere. You see the hand? So that horse is invisible because it's using the Slim Horse model. Okay, so we have one vine wrap tree on this side. We have one there, 2, 3, and some of those we can't get rid of. We did get rid of some up here. Yeah, so anyhow, I've learned how to deal with those kinds of people. What they have to remember is that no is a perfectly acceptable answer to any question. So if you're asking the question, the answer might be no. And you need to live with that. Otherwise, you shouldn't be asking questions if you think the answer is always going to be yes. And I'm sure a lot of these people that get contacted, they're like, oh, well, he got these services when he was in high school. It's like, oh, yeah, okay, well, we'll do that. And then they get a bill. And then they're like, what? Where did this come from? Well, you said we could do this. Okay, so no, I'm not going to fall for any banana tailpipe. Okay, somebody tell me where that line came from. You're not going to fall for any banana in the tailpipe. Been hanging out with this cat too long. Gotta let it flow. Say, I ain't gonna fall for no banana tailpipe. Oh yeah, I can be a hard ass when I have to be. And when it comes to my son and his best interests, oh yeah, I'm a hard ass. Wow, that's some thick trees there. Exactly, Beverly Hills Cop, the first one. Good job, Ireshot. Here's a cookie. So I ain't gonna fall for no banana in the tailpipe. Doing a little tremulation here. Cleaning up my forest a little bit. Run, Forrest! Because Nico's got an axe. Can I ask you a question? Axe away. Where'd it come from? And here's the thing, they didn't contact me. They contacted his care provider, somebody who works for us, to ask this question. Why didn't they contact me? His conservator. Oh, because you didn't have my contact info? Well, you should have my contact info. I don't know. Some of these people. I think it's, honestly, I think it's a money grab. Oh, you're welcome for the cookie. Cookies are always a good thing. I like cookies. That was all one tree. We're putting that back. I think we're going to get rid of this one right here instead. So now we're over by the roadside ruin, if you know where that's at. Kind of by the Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary. But you can see it's pretty well overgrown. That's the roadside ruin there. I did it all for the cookie, for the cookie. I did it for the cookie. Okay, this is the path up the hill. From the Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary. And this is kind of where my frame rate was hurting. So that's where I need to loosen up some trees over here. Most people really are out just to get money by any means necessary, including ripping people off. Well, and that's why I said, you know, if you're really interested in providing services for my son, please explain. And his caregiver said, you know, and I typed her that I thought it was just a money grab. And she says, you know, I kind of feel the same way because I've never heard of these people before. So yeah, we're going to make them work. Or the answer is no, thank you. You don't have to work for it. There are some really heavy. Your bullshit detector is always on. Well, you know, I try to be honest all the time, and some people really don't want me to be honest. Okay, but that's in their head. But the reason I do that is because I never have to remember what I said or what I told somebody because I always told them the truth, right? If you always tell the truth, you never have to worry about remembering what lies you told people. And you never have to worry about, you know, people losing their faith in you because you're always telling them the truth. You're never telling them something that's not true. So they have no reason to disbelieve anything you ever say. And that gains you respect and loyalty. And those are a couple of things that you can't put a price tag on, really. But they have to be earned. You know, they aren't just given away. Trying to use me for something? Yeah, well, there's always people trying to use you for something. Sometimes, you know, it's okay, depending on what you're getting out of the deal, right? If it's a two-way deal, it might be okay. But if it's a one-way street, no. Got to be a two-way deal. Otherwise, you can forget it. Say, no way, vato. Homie, don't play that. All you had to do to ask. Yeah, a lot of times if you just open your mouth, you'd be surprised. And people say, oh, you mind if I ask a question? No, go ahead, ask away. But if you're going to ask the question, be prepared for the answer to be no. Okay? You can, because the answer could be yes, or it could be no, or it could be maybe, or it could be whatever, right? Conditional. But you got to be prepared for whatever the answer might be if you're willing to ask the question to begin with. Where'd it come from? Say run, 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 jump. My gosh, you know, I added just a butt. Is that one of them monstrous trees? Oh my God, that's one of those monstrous trees right there. The one with all the mushrooms on it. So this tree is too close. This tree is too close. This little thing is pretty sad. This tree's too close. What about this one? Okay, that one's far enough away. This tree's out of the ground. That tree might be a little close also. You think? This tree is probably, yeah, that's not bad. But man, oh, that's an issue. I'd say that tree's a little close. What do you think? That one is questionable. That's better. This is pretty heavy up in here too. How about we get rid of that one? So now we're over by Lake Ilinalta, by the graveyard. That's one of the big Enderal trees. That's a big old tree, isn't it? This one? Got a couple of king's trees there, which means that one is probably too close. Oops. Not that one. That one. That one. And that one. Because that was in between these two big old king's trees. That one and that one. We got another one out here by the water. This kind of looks like a problem. I got a tree branch growing through a tree. What's up, John? So we're over by the graveyard and Half Moon Mill area. This looks like it might be an issue. That tree is way too close to everything else. This tree we're going to move out and down. Well, I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. Sleep all night and I work all day. All right, so here we've got a big vine wrap tree and a king's tree. These two big trees, here, we'll click on this king's tree. So I think I can leave that where it's at, but any tree that's close to that needs to go bye-bye. Like, what's up with that spindly looking thing right there? I don't know. That's not bad. This is up by the graveyard. Okay, that is interesting. I'm not sure where that's from. Those are the revelers that can be found on the side of the road. This is the way back down the hill to the Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary. Yeah, there's a lot of vine-wrapped trees here. Okay, we're going to call that good. In the Ozarks. Cool. I live in the land of confusion. Tell me why this is the land of confusion. Known as California. Or California, depending on who you talk to. I just think it's the land of confusion. Yeah, I don't know. That is a tower. For some reason, the tower isn't rendering. But I know there's a tower. It's probably because this is a different texture. You come from the land down under. Is that a little men at work? All right, so that's it for trees. So we're going to save this. And we're just going to open up. Now we're just going to do Falkreath. So we're going to close this and just open up the great cities. Gonna have a bite of your Vegemite sandwich. Bama. As in like Sweet Home. Just tell him I hope Neil Young will remember. Southern man don't need him round anyhow. You better run, you better take cover. Hoosiers, yeah. Actually, I was talking to my wife today, well, yesterday. I said, I'm old enough to remember the Houston Oilers as a football team. It was yesterday because we were out for sushi and they had football on the screen. And I'm like, does Texas even have two teams anymore? And I wasn't even aware that they had the Titans. That's how far detached I am from football. You know? Okay, so we're looking for the great cities. The great cities. Minor cities and towns. That should be the one because that includes Falkreath. So we're going to open that up and we're going to make a plug-in. Warren Moon. Yeah. How about, do you remember Kenny Burrow? 00. I remember watching Kenny Burrow catch a ball, he must have jumped at least 40 inches off the ground to catch this pass. So, yeah, I remember Warren Moon. But Kenny Burrow is from long before. Look up Kenny Burrow, 00. You're talking way back. You're talking when Terry Bradshaw was still playing for the Steelers with Lynn Swann, number 88. You remember Lynn Swann from the Steelers? That boy could catch a ball too. Do you remember Lester Hayes, covered in stickum, playing for the Raiders? Do you remember stickum? Yeah, those are the memories I have of football. Okay, so we've already opened this. So you're talking, yeah, that's more than 40 years ago. We're looking for Falkreath. No, that ain't it. So let's go to Tamriel World Space, and then we'll look for Falkreath. Falkreath exterior. Yeah, let's go there. Walter Payton, yes, I remember Walter Payton. You remember, I remember watching a running back. I don't remember his first name, but his last name was King, and he played for the Raiders. Actually, wait, it wasn't King. It was Earl Campbell for the Houston Oilers, and he was a running back. And Earl Campbell actually ripped his pants, his thighs ripped through his pants when he was running running down the field, or actually through a crowd or whatever, because his thighs were so huge. So look that up, Earl Campbell. And then all the other football players stood around him while somebody ran out and brought him a new pair of pants. He actually changed his pants right there on the field. Because he couldn't get up and walk off the field. He didn't have any pants. So I remember things like that. All right, so the cabbages we wanted to get rid of are these cabbages right over here. Do you see the cabbage? These are really high poly, so we're gonna just we're gonna get rid of them. Yeah, that's when people would bleed and get back out there and play some more. These are those high poly logs also. So we're just kind of cleaning up the place a little bit. Do we really need these block walls out here? I don't think they're really high poly. But I don't think we need all this wood. I mean, it makes it look nice, but I mean, do you ever really see that when you're playing the game? Or is it just an annoyance? Kind of like all of this wood here. Okay, I get that, you know, there would be wood out here, but with High Poly Project, all of this is a really high poly. So it'll slow your game down, man. So we're going to keep some wood because this is a chopping block, right? This right here, that's a chopping block. So I would say we keep some of this wood, but some of it we get rid of. We got barrels and buckets and all kinds of stuff out here. It's a little bit of everything. So it's looking this way that it's kind of heavy. We got stuff that's under the ground. See all that stuff sticking below the ground? None of that needs to be there. What other kind of clutter can we get rid of here? What's this? Just some elk antlers on the counter. All right, let's look over here. Again, we have a bunch of cabbages. Now, these are pretty high poly, but the ones that are on the ground growing aren't. So we're just going to have like an empty cart here and leave the ones that are low poly. They haven't harvested yet. They're getting ready to harvest. We've got gourds, potato plants, cabbages. Hey! Okay, are there any trees over here we can lighten up? Where the fark are we? Look at all that wood. Look at all that high poly wood. Just sitting there, waiting to be deleted. This is called, it's the creation kit. That's correct, Gears. And you can modify anything in the game. You can build the whole game. The whole game was built with this creation engine. So let's say, okay, I don't know. Let's say I wanted to put a carrot on this chopping block right here, right? So I can come over here and I can type in carrot. And nothing shows up. Okay, so let's go into items. Find an item. Would it be flora? No. Activator? No. Containers? No. Static. Armor. Camera. Clutter. It would be an ingredient. So do we have ingredients? Furniture. We have cats, candles, bones, bandit. You can find anything in here though. So I guess if I can't find a carrot per se, I don't want to spend all night looking for it. We'll find something else. So let's, it might be under common. Tables, weapons, crates, lantern. How about we put a lantern there? So we just put a lantern on that chopping block. And if we don't want it there, we can delete it. We got a car riot, huh? All right, well, I should be able to find a carrot somewhere, but I think it's under ingredients, not clutter. And it might be a movable static. What do we have under clutter movable statics? We have banners, bones, cats, Civil War, common, dragon priest, giant, hagraven, quest, shipwreck, signage, wood fires. Roar. How about a burning campfire? We just put a burning campfire on top of that chopping block. It's kind of sitting above the ground though. So you get the idea. You can drag and drop anything from this left pane. Sweet roll? Okay. Let's see if I can find a sweet roll. So it wouldn't be under movable static, it would be under static. Actors, architecture, armor, cameras, clothes, clutter. Archery targets. So let's go down to S and see if I can find a sweet roll. Rugs, ruins, skeever, candles, stockade. So there's no sweet roll there. So it's not under clutter. We have Daedric Collector. Bodies, bones. Critters, dungeons, effects, furniture, interface, landscape, load screens, markers, tent, sky, traps, weapons. Is it under static collection? I don't think so. Trees, landscape, plants. We should have items, ingredient, clutter, food. We have a charred skeever hide. Ingredients. Aha! No carrot. Pearl. So it's not under ingredients. But yeah, you've got pretty much all the ingredients here you can dump there. Many stories about things like what you're talking about. A couple of years in Roswell, New Mexico. Wow. Bummer. A bee and a firefly are under critters. Under ingredients. Consumable object. Books. Keys. Miscellaneous item. Is carrot under that? Common. Broom. Drum. Flagon. Flute. Leather. Quill. Saw. Containers. Wine. Well then, where'd it come from? Put an empty bottle of wine there? No, we need a full bottle of wine. That's an empty bottle. That's an empty bottle. Where's all the full wine? That's an empty bottle. That's a full bottle. Should we just leave a bottle of wine sitting there? Yeah, why not? We'll leave a full bottle of wine sitting there. So this is our folk wreath cleanup. Nico. For the thirsty traveler. Well, it's on this wood stump by the sawmill, by all the cut logs, kind of by the back of the building. All right. Don't whine about it. Yeah, otherwise I take it away. But here's the thing. It's going to be part of this load order. So I'm actually going to throw it up on my Google Drive and link it basically so that if you're using this mod list, you can download it, or you can just go there and grab it off my Google Drive. Well, and if any of you want it, I'll just send you a copy. You know, it's not a big deal. It's just when people are ungrateful, I'm like, okay, fine, screw you. Piss off. I don't have time for this shit. So don't be ungrateful. Or if you want to be ungrateful, but just, you know, don't be a douche. I think that's part of adulting, right? Wear deodorant, brush your teeth, don't be a douche. Okay, you're an adult. What's up, Blake? I like my beers in the summer and wines in the winter. All right. What did we name that? See, now I forgot the name. Fall Creek Cleanup. Okay, cool. That's what we named it. So create mod. Fall Creek Cleanup Nico. Ta-da! We made a patch. Don't be a douche canoe. Yeah. Your douchebaggery will no longer be tolerated. We're going to put that in there. These are all the patches I've made so far. When I make a dozen patches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Well, here's the thing. I mean, first and foremost, the reason that I still mod, I started modding in 2006, 2007, right around there, okay? The reason I'm still here, the reason I still mod, is because, take it easy, Ireshot. Ireshot's actually got a stream coming on, so if you guys want to head over there and check him out, that's why he's taken off, I think. He's going to go stream. So you can go, if you want to watch some gameplay rather than watching me work and listen to me bitch, go check out Ireshot. He's a lot of fun. Former government scientists said there were things in the U.S. military that are beyond what people can imagine. Oh, okay. Well, good for us. I'm glad it's in our military. I would say the reason I'm still here and the reason I still mod is because first and foremost, I mod for myself. And I make the things that I want. I share them because I'm just messed up like that. And anytime I see somebody having a good time with something that I've made, I smile. So that's why I'm still modding. That's why I'm still here. But like I said, the main reason I still mod is it has to be something that I want. I did, back for Oblivion, I did some mods that were requests that people made of me in Bethesda's forums. And it always turned out the same way. I would work my butt off creating something that I personally didn't want, but somebody else wanted, right? As a favor to them. And when I was done, it was either one of two things. The first thing that always happened, or most likely always happened, was they would nitpick it. Well, can you make it a little bit wider? Can you make it a little bit longer? Can you change the color? Okay. And after spending 40 hours creating an item based on just what they told me, right? Or images that they showed me, to have them nitpick what I had done was kind of a big turnoff. It really was. It really was. Um, and I got to the point where I'm like, okay, well, if you want something different, do it your damn self. I just spent 40 hours making something for you, and now you're going to complain about it, right? All right, John, take it easy. So that kind of turned me off to doing requests for people. And then I had people that wanted to actually commission me, that wanted to pay me, and I'm like, no. And the reason I said no was because then it's a job. Then you have the right to nitpick me, and I have to take it. And I'm not doing that. No. If I wanted to do it for a living, I would have got a job working at, some kind of a game development company, and do things that other people wanted me to do. So, and then when you think about some of the best mods that are out there, they were made by people making something the way that they wanted it in their own game, right? For themselves. They weren't making it with you and me in mind. They were making it because it was something that they wanted. And they didn't care how long it took to make. They didn't have a deadline or a bottom line, right, that they had to meet. So if it took 5 months to make, they didn't care. It was what they wanted. And then they put their passion into it. And they put their heart into it. And they created something better than any game company could ever create. Because they didn't have a time constraint. They didn't have to worry about a bottom line that, oh wow, this is going to be way too expensive if we spend that much time on it, right? They didn't have to cut corners. And they kept working on it until they were happy with it. And so they created something really spectacular rather than something that's just good enough. And this is why I think, when people ask me, oh, well, are you looking forward to ES6? Well, yes and no. I am looking forward to it, but I think that it won't be a good game until modders have had 5 years to mess with it and make it a good game. That's what I think. So, but we'll see. That's why I don't think it's going to compete with where Skyrim's at. Because Skyrim has had 12 years of modding on top of a game that was pretty darn good to begin with, right? I mean, it had flaws and things that were, could be improved, but it was a good game out of the box. But then you've got people who spent 12 years modding it and came out with things as innovative as, SMP physics and MCO animations and dynamic animation replacer and, not to mention all the weathers and EMB and other visual enhancements on top of just the gameplay enhancements that have happened, and the people who've created whole new world spaces like Beyond Skyrim Bruma and Beyond Reach and Chanterelle and the Shire and The list goes on and on. Worm's Tooth, right? People have really rounded out and completed this game. That's why I still play it. Well, that, and I can make it whatever I want. I think that's the big draw for me, is I can make it whatever I want it to be. And if I don't like something, I just open up the creation kit and change it. So when you think about Bethesda as a company, very smart move to release a creation kit. Okay, well that got us up to about 45 frames a second. 50 frames a second. Because we got rid of some of the... We kept a lot of the trees, but we got rid of some of them. Looking this way, we're at 60 frames a second. And let's see, we used to slow down quite a bit coming up this hill. But we thinned out a lot of stuff here too. Think that if ES6 launches with anything less than the entire planet of Nern being explorable. Yeah, well, like I said, that's actually pretty awesome frame rate looking up that way. 60 frames a second. Just from lightening up some of those heavy trees. We were running 30 frames a second here. Now we're running 60. Well, 50. I saw a flash down to 30. But for the most part, 50 frames a second. And the forests still look really thick and lush. Going this way, we're looking at like 45, 50. I can deal with that. I can totally deal with 44, 45, and that's a lot of trees. We have wolves. We need a bigger weapon.
That's your best? At least make this worth my time. You're embarrassing yourself. You can do better than that. Can't. You shall not pass. Huh, cute. Not even a challenge. That you're best?
Okay, we're stuck in
Oh,
block.
I'm sorry. Was that supposed to... You'll need to do better than that.
Okay, we're gonna die. Not good.
Surrender, or don't. You're dead either way.
Yeah, looking this way, 70 frames a second. Can't complain. Looking this way, we're still dropping to 40.
Ha!
We're still dropping. I saw like 36. It's still really heavy right there. That's the Spriggan.
Scream, plea, or pray. None of it will matter soon.
Oh, you're pretty good at dodging. Not that good. Took you out that time, Spriggan. For my arrow. I got back one arrow. Well, we're staying above 45 for the most part. Like for real, I think we're going to get... Yeah, I don't think Bethesda's going to do it. I think the modders are going to do it. It's kind of like all the hype with Starfield, you know? And then I saw gameplay and I was like, I'm not really that interested. I mean, space really isn't my genre anyway, but that was the big tree. And we cleared out all the little trees around. That is a massive frickin' tree. Well, we're holding about 40 frames a second here. Yeah, the Falkreath Forest is still very heavy. This way we're going 50. Looking out over Ilanalta, we're pulling 60 though. Looking back in this way, we're at like 45, 47, 44, 43. I would say it's still very playable though. And you got to figure I'm running a stream too on top of this, so. Yeah, but procedurally generated, part of that is, you know, everything starts to look the same. Yeah, looking this way, we're pulling 50, a little over 50 frames a second. And looking this way, we're pulling the same. .48 when you got some clutter. So why did the chicken cross the road? To go for a swim? I guess he wanted to go for a swim. All right. There's our Howard the Duck. That is an unmarked location. But yeah, we've got a tree here that's pretty close to that big old tree. Only one though. Just this one right here. Well, the LODs are nice. Change in the weather. I seem to recall I had a problem over here with a tree and tree root growing over a sign. This one.
Prepare to die.
Yeah!
So I need to move that tree. Chicken wants to take a bath, yeah? So that tree is a problem. Because it's growing through the sign and through this rock wall. So I'm pretty sure that's a Nature of the Wildlands tree. It says reference last changed by Lux Via. It's defined in Skyrim, last changed by Nature of the Wildlands, but reference last changed by Lux Via. So that's a Lux Via issue. So we need to fix that tree. Let's head up the road this way and see if there's anything else. Yeah, I can't complain about that frame rate at all. Oh wow, that was hiding under.
Note to self.
Hey, hey!
Be more careful.
Those were hiding under the ground. One dead Khajiit. We won't be needing those septums anymore. Please put your tray tables and seat backs in their full upright position and enjoy your flight. So the flora all looks good.
A Nord skull.
There's Divine Elegance. So I wonder what the grid... Let's go back and find the grid location. It's part of Winter Sun. Okay, so I need to know the grid location right here. And it says that Dynalot is not active. Wonder why it's not active. We are at -13, -8. Could have fooled me that Dynalot's not active. That tree is blocking this path. So we got something to fix in Rorikstead too.
Come on in. We got warm food, warm drinks, warm beds.
Tell you what, let's...
I'm staying out of this.
So it says Dynalot is active. Okay. Let's save the game right here. Alright, let's go fix... I didn't write down that grid location. Okay. Here we go. Well, it's a good stress test anyway, right? Can it handle flying around the world? Loading areas this quick? Here's our grid location. Okay, so what's this location? It says Dynalot. -13. -8. Okay. That's what I needed to know. Quit. What do we have here? There are files in my overwrite. So what's in the overwrite? I've got some plugin stuff. Oh, okay. And I've got some stuff from Skill Uncapper. DLL loader log. Let's see what that says. It's empty. Okay. So we're looking for, that just says plugins. I don't know where to put that. This I can put in Skyrim's Skill Uncapper. So we're going to take this and we're going to dump it in there. And we're going to delete that. And we're going to take this and we're going to make it a log file. So let's make it a mod. And we'll call it DLL loader log. And we will put that with game files output. Or actually, how about with docs and caches? I think that's a better place to put it. Okay, so we need to go to -13, -8. And we need to have loaded Lux Via, because that's what changed that. Now, Lux Via may not load. The creation kit may not let me load Lux Via. Just so you know, I've had trouble with it before, but we'll see. Come on, creation kit. There we go. So we'll come up here. We will find Lux Via. And we'll see if it'll let us load it. And so far, so good. Hey, what do you know? It's going to load. Cool. So -13, -8, Tamriel world space. If it will finish validating and not crash. The game's not crashing, it's the creation kit that's crashing. Tamriel, -13, -8. That should put me right at the corner. There's the tree. So this is not the tree model, but the new tree model is much bigger. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab this tree model and we're just going to move it way back over here. And maybe that should be far enough away. Oh, that's plenty far away. We don't need to go that far away, do we? I think we can go about there, especially if we lower this model down. We're going to put some of the root or that rock underground. Okay, so that's good. That's our patch for that. So we're going to save this and we're going to call it Lux Via tree underscore road sign patch Nico. Okay, so that's good for that. It could be Jag in here lurking. We got 3 people in here right now, so it's you, Gears, and a couple other lurkers. Everybody else took off to go watch Ireshot, which I don't blame them. Ireshot streams are a lot of fun. So, but I got a little bit more work to do. We made a lot of progress today. We did good. So there should be something in my overwrite. And what did we name that? Lux via tree road sign patch. Okay. We gave it a long name. We want to create a mod. Lux via tree underscore road sign patch Nico. Okay. Turn that on. We got one more patch to make, but it's going to be part of another patch. This is going to go up here. That solves that issue. Let's start at the creation kit. And then we're going to go to Rorikstead. And we need to load our tree optimization mod because we're gonna do a little more fixing with that. Because we have trees that are blocking walkways in Rorikstead. I didn't check Rorikstead. But we're going to have to add the great cities in there because Rorikstead was modified by the great cities. So let's make sure, let's find tree optimization. Double click that and set as active file. Do we have Nature of the Wildlands, Lux Orbis, Great Cities, Minor Cities and Towns? Okay, so we do have the great cities in there and all the tree mods. All right, so we're going to say okay. And then we're going to go to Rorikstead and I'm going to fix that tree that's blocking the walkway because the model got changed to one from Nature of the Wildlands. It's actually a nice model. The tree roots are growing over the rock, which is kind of cool, but it makes the base of the tree a lot larger, and therein lies the problem. I think the first thing we're going to do, yeah, no, okay, we got to do that in game. It's not going to show up with this, but okay. Rorikstead. Got to roll your tongue a little bit when you say that. Gonna take it to Rorikstead. Rorikstead exterior. That's where we want to go. No, click on it. There we go. Where'd it come from? So we have light sources here on the side of the road. Wow, we ended up pretty much right where we wanted to be. Or are we in a building? That's the tree. This is the tree that's an issue. And that is the path that it is blocking right there. So I wonder if we could just lower this tree down. Well, I guess we can. The branches are missing the building there. Let's turn this around a little bit. Tell you what, we're going to go like this way. And we're going to put this thing kind of over here. So it looks like the top of this tree is growing over the top of this, so that's good. We do have one branch that's stuck into it. So let's rotate this just a little bit. Kind of that way. So that branch is missing the building. That branch is missing the roof. The tree is I would say out of the walkway. We do have some exposed roots, which looks good. I can dig it. So we're going to save that. And then we're going to look around in Rorikstead for any other trees that might be a problem. So we've got some trees. Let's move that a little bit off the building. This guy here is kind of growing out of the rock. The rock doesn't really match, you know? So why don't we put it here and lower it down and maybe tilt it a little bit. Uh-oh. Did we delete it? I didn't want to delete it. I wanted to edit it. I hit the wrong button. And I want to tilt this tree a little bit. That's kind of the wrong direction, but we can rotate it. Yeah, that's definitely the wrong direction. If we do, let's go this way. That's better. We may need to rotate that tree just a little bit. So it's not into the mill. You might be able to do something like that. But I'm wondering if that's going to put it in the way of the nav mesh. Well, we're putting it right there. Okay, we're not in the way of that. That tree is kind of in a really interesting location. You would think that people would put the fence or make sure the trees are outside of where they're building, right? Or where they're, that's just a big fallen tree. It's actually into the rock. Again, I would think that they would put this somewhere outside of where their farmland is. If Fat's garden is right there, those trees look all right. That's the big old CG4 tree there. He's just chilling right there on the hill. Not a bad spot for him. That one's kind of growing. Kimosabi. A little bit of spillover onto the path. We could lower it down a little bit. Just so we have just some roots. It's growing around that little ledge. It's not into the building. Start to look at this tree. Not bad. Lux Via adds another tree here. The Rorikstead sign on it. There's a fallen tree here. This one is kind of in a bad way. It's into the ground. That is kind of believable. Now, at least it's not in the ground. This is where the farm goes. We've got a big bent pine up here on the hill. I think there's an issue over here with the bird nest on a tree. And I think it's this tree, although I don't see the bird nest. So that's probably added by Live Another Life. All right, well, we're gonna save that. That's our part of our tree fix there. We actually want to load. I don't know if it's going to let me do this, but we're going to try. So we're going to try adding Live Another Life, alternate start. And we're going to see if that'll let us load that. Nope. I didn't think so. Didn't think so. All right, so we're going to go. Okay, let's go see in game if we fix those two problems. Right? We should have. So we're going to go cruise over and check that road sign that was changed by Lux. And then we're going to go to Rorikstead. And then I'm going to go to the, I don't remember the name of the farm, but it's just outside the gate going west from Rorikstead. There's a little farm on the left-hand side of the road as you're going down the hill. That's added by alternate start, Live Another Life. And I think there's a bird nest up in the tree that is not connected to the tree if the tree model gets changed. So that could use a patch. So we'll take a look at that, and then I'm probably going to call it for today. And send everybody here over to go see Ireshot over in his stream going on. He's probably doing something fun. I'm still trying to get this Wabbajack list together, so but we're making good progress. I'm really happy with the frame rate now. I can't believe that Reshade was taking 15 to 20 frames a second right off the top. That's insane. It was eating more frames per second than ENB. And that's, I wouldn't have believed it unless I saw it. But again, when I think about that, I think that I was able to run it before because I wasn't running a virtual file system. alongside it. I was just dealing with raw files, everything stuffed into the data folder, right? All willy-nilly, messy, yucky mod installation, right? So I think it's worth it to give up the little bit. I mean, and it wasn't very much graphic fidelity that was the difference, right? It's worth it to give up that little bit of graphic fidelity for, number one, a more stable game, and number two, an organized mod list in a virtual file structure that you can add and remove mods without deleting or overwriting files. So I think that's where Mod Organizer 2 really has it over any other mod manager out there, is just the way that it does things. But it does give you a little bit more, when you're pushing the limits like I am, it does add a little bit more to the overhead, cuts into the overhead, right? Because you're running a Windows virtual file system in the background while you're running your game. So you start running a bunch of post-process shaders that are also taking CPU at the same time, and that could be a problem. And I think that's where the stutter was coming in that I was getting, was the CPU just couldn't handle all the post-process shading. And I think a lot of that also, I've heard that it's more GPU intensive, so I don't know, but it's still got to transfer information from CPU to GPU. So, and my GPU was running much higher, like 98% usage. So it is definitely GPU intensive also. But I think it was the file transfer rate that was really being hurt. That's it. I need two separate systems. I need one system just to run the game engine and another system just to run Windows and all the post-process and shaders and everything. And then split the graphics cards too. Give me one specifically for output. But the problem with that is I'm still going to be limited by bandwidth, right? It's still going to be file transfers, not going to be fast enough to handle that volume of information on a DirectX 11 game, on a 12-year-old game engine. It is more performance friendly than ENB, unless you start running things like RTGI, which is Ray Trace Global Illumination, right? That shader is very well written, right? Don't get me wrong. And it is a great shader. But it's sending out light rays and calculating how they're going to bounce for more realistic lighting. And I was sending out, like, from every light source, I think 4 rays, but infinite bounces. So how many calculations is that per second that I'm asking the computer to do? When you figure that every light source has 4 rays with infinite bounces, and then it has to calculate, okay, what material is it bouncing off of? Is it bouncing off of metal? Is it bouncing off of stone? Is it bouncing off of grass? Okay, so it's calculating that also. And then calculating where that light ray will bounce and illuminate things that are around it. Well, that tree looks a lot frickin' better, doesn't it? And it's not running into the building or the roof. Very nice. Okay, let's go check out. What, are you just out there copping a squat? Okay, I guess she was. Okay, so we moved a tree, this tree. So it's, yeah, not into the ledge, and it's not into the path. Nice. Because that was halfway through this dirt cliff. Remember? So we moved that. This is a fallen tree that's, well, it's above the ground, but partly underground. That's not the best. And the base of it is growing through that tree. No bueno. That one is from The Great Cities, Minor Cities and Towns, and that one is from Nature of the Wildlands. Okay, so we need to get rid of this fallen tree because it is, I'm surprised I didn't see that. This is the tree that was added by Lux with all of the empty wine bottles and the signs facing every direction. I always get a kick out of that. He's got a good sense of humor. G-gun it. All right, here's our fallen tree. And it is still into the ground, probably because the land has changed height. So we really need to get rid of that fallen tree and get rid of the other fallen tree. And then this is the one. There's the bird. Where's the nest? Okay, so the nest is in the tree because that bird will actually come and land in that nest. But these trees were added by alternate start, live another life, because that's what adds this farmhouse and the rock wall. It also changes the height of the land over here. It raises the land up. So there's a landscape edit that happens here. Look at all the chickens. So at least our bird's nest up here is in a good location. We like where that's at on that tree. But we want to get rid of that fallen tree, and we want to get rid of that fallen tree. So we're going to get rid of both of those. And now we're going to go that one's okay. Let's go take a look at our sign, our road sign over here. So we have 2 fallen trees to get rid of. Oh, there's wolves in them dar hills. What's up with that? That is a fallen tree that is growing through a rock cliff. So there's 3 fallen trees we need to get rid of. This is the one we moved and we lowered down. So now it's not growing through the sign anymore. Remember, it was growing right through the Dragon Bridge part of the sign. It is kind of growing through that tree right there. So we should probably get rid of that one tree. Okay. Fair enough. We've got 3 fallen trees to get rid of and 1 tree over here, so we're going to get rid of 4 more trees. System quit. Desktop. Yes. Give me creation kit. Three fallen trees and 1 tree on the side. Yeah, I mean, the shaders that I was running, one of them is called MXAO, which is it's a ambient occlusion, which was written by Marty McFly, also known as Pascal Glitcher. Very well written, but also very heavy because it's doing a lot of calculations, and he's running through Immerse. So I was running his MXAO, his sharpening filter, which is also very good, but also very heavy. And then I was running, I think, one other thing through Immerse. And then I was running RTGI, which is Ray Trace Global Illumination, which is super heavy because it's calculating all the light bounces. That one active. Load it. Okay, so yeah, I think I'm just going to get rid of these 3 fallen trees and that 1 tree that's just to the left of the signpost at the corner. And then we're going to call it a day. Then I got to feed doggies and myself because it's like 6 p.m. over here. And I'm glad I got the yard work done this morning because it's supposed to rain for the next few days. All right, so we're going to go right to Tamriel World Space. And we're going to go right where we know we need to go. -13, -8. And that's going to put us right at that road sign. And then we'll go from there. There's our road sign. That's our tree. This is the tree that needs to go bye-bye. Okay. So now down here we have this fallen tree. This one that is through this cliff, right? That's tree 2. Now we need to go to Rorikstead. So let's go to Rorikstead exterior. Why does it say Ice Runner? Rorikstead exterior. And we'll wait for this to load. There's Rorikstead. We have a couple of fallen trees. One is over, that's the tree we moved. That's one of them that's growing through the other trees, remember? And I said, oh, that's a problem. See, this tree is going right through the root. That makes no sense. Okay, so we're going to pick this thing and delete that. And then we need to go, there's the other one that's down over here that we spun around. But since the land got moved, they raised all the land right here so that this was flat. And that covered up this tree. So although it looks good here, if I were to add in Live Another Life, that raised the landscape because this is now flat, which filled all this area in. So we need to get rid of that tree. Okay, so we got rid of the 3 fallen trees and the one that was next to the sign. We had the one that was across the road that I said we were going to leave alone. At least I thought we had one. Is it over here? That might be this one that got moved across. By Live Another Life. So I'm guessing this tree got moved by Live Another Life. All right, so we're going to save those changes. We're not going to move that tree. And this is where we're going to call it. So thanks everybody for hanging out. We're making good progress. Frame rate is staying 40-ish or above. I'd say the average is more around 50 to 55 for a frame rate on a widescreen 1440p monitor. I'd say that's doing pretty good. So I think if you end up running this load order and this EMB at 1080p, you might be able to get away. I'm thinking if you took some of the effects off the EMB, you might get away with 2000 series graphics cards like a 2060. But that's, you're pushing it. I would really recommend an RTX card, preferably, 3060 or above. And a 3060 with 12 gigs worth of VRAM would be ideal. You probably wouldn't have to lower any settings, but you go with anything less than that, you're going to probably have to lower some settings. But I'm trying to lighten things up so the draw calls aren't too heavy. And I mean, it might run just fine on a 1060 GTX, but it might only run at 25 or 30 frames a second, right? So therein lies the difference between hardware. So we're going to save that. We're going to save that. And peace out, peoples. Till next time.